Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hi. 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 Hello. How's it going, everybody? It is uh day 4 of DAWNTRAIL. I'm. What is this mountain? What is? Hello? I didn't realize that that was a two-person. That's crazy. Maybe it's not a two-person. You just get a free cat girl on the back. I actually can't tell. Maybe you do get a free cat girl on the back. I have no idea. Um, Hi. It's DAWNTRAIL Day 4. I am well rested today. I promise. I have, however, been very busy this morning. I went ahead to go to the store, and then I did some mild food prep for later in this week. And um, then I just kind of chilled for a little bit, and suddenly it's like 2:10 p.m. and it was like it's 2 p.m. and stream hasn't started. Honestly, stream hasn't started. I haven't done any of my own prep. I don't have any water. My camera isn't on. OBS isn't open. I'm just like, I love it. I love how I do these things to myself. So today we're only gonna be going until 8. 8's a bit of a hard cutoff this time, not because like Saturday I stopped at 8 because I was tired. 8 is this cutoff day today because I have obligations. I have obligations later. Additionally, I will probably be taking a break in about 3 hours to cook dinner. Again, I have to cook tonight. So I will have to be away for more time than I have been at certain times. Just quick, get up. It's not a complicated meal, so it shouldn't take me that long, but I will have to get up for it. But also, the poll came to an end, and people want me, genuinely, unanimously, want me to get Aether Currents before I finish, as I go through areas. And so, we're gonna do that. We have to go back and start checking places out and trying to collect Aether Currents. And I just want y'all to know that you voted for this. It's the truth. Like I was real bad about picking up the Aether Current quest because I was just voting through the MSQ, but like now I have to go back and do it. I feel as though I've made a grave mistake by not just doing them as they came along, because now I have to backtrack to get Aether Currents and stuff. But it's what the people want, and I am nothing if not a people pleaser. Alright. One of the things I didn't like about the Aether Current quest as well last time in Endwalker, the things that kind of annoyed me about doing them on stream, and this is my own personal yapping thing, I'm going to do it anyways, trust me, I'm going to do it anyways, is that, like, they were the first quest in a chain, is where those chains felt very important. I'm always struck by, like, the one where you have to help a bunch of, like, starving refugees in Garlemald, and there's a whole chain associated to it. But, like, to get the current, you just have to do the first quest where you kind of mildly help them out, and then you just get to be like, peace suckers, and take off. So immediately the nearest Aether Current is going to be, like, over here. I'm hoping that one of these quests takes me close to that. That is my hope. Alright. Not to mention your friends can't seem to go to one without mentioning you. I know, I'm actually just that great. I'm, like, actually just that great. Just my run the ones chosen to save their molted feathers and prevent them to embrace fighters as gifts every few years. The moment when the numbers is making their way to Okohana to receive the offerings, but there's so much more than just simple delivery. I'd be interested in you taking part. Deepen your understanding of our ways, perhaps you and this member of the Lions Guard will become fast friends. I don't need any more friends if we're gonna be honest. I'm gonna go search for this Aether Current. I already got enough. I got plenty of friends already. People like me. Y'all like me, right? What is... There's like another treehouse over here that's like, Wokluves. House of Winds High. Well, I mean, here's the Aether Currents. Kitty never wants to say hi. She jumps up onto the desk to get around back behind it so that she can get between the blinds of the window so that she can look outside. But she never stops to say hello. She just drops up, messes with my shit, and then leaves. Oh shit, her tail is twitching bad. There's something out there. I can just see her tail twitching in a little gap in the blinds. There's like a bird or something out on the roof for sure that she is very upset about. So FFXIV name from an estate said to name in Hana tradition homeland. Practitioners of wind magics live here as part of their unique training, where they learn to glide down from the house to dizzying heights. Glide down onto the target? I mean, I could do that. I'm gonna miss. Man. I really thought I was gonna land bullseye there. Yawning not because I'm sleepy, but because I'm still kind of waking up. Have patience with me. Oh, I should probably pop the compass again. 700 yalms to the southwest, so it's gonna be like over here. Oh, is it that? It's that one that like... Okay, yeah, to get to this one, I imagine you have to go up and around this way, and I just didn't. I just didn't. How many quests? So I've got 4 currents left. And then I need to do 4 quests. The 2 here and then the 2 in the other city. Yeah. Unless you're molting something awful. No, I'm just a friend. Use these muscles of mine. Let me get a good look at you. Oh, you look wet and sad. I almost resent y'all for having me do this. Just because, like, I'm gonna hit level cap before I hit the end of the expansion. I'm just gonna be like, all that wasted experience. No! It's all the wasted. I mean, I could do it on a different class, but like, I could just do it on like Bard or something, I guess. I don't think it'll let me change class at this point, though. I could be on Dragoon. Survey a designated location. The only issue with me doing this as Dragoon, naturally, is that, like... I might hit an area where I'm too underleveled. It's worth putting some experience on the Dragoon at least. Charges can easily catch fire of the video we were setting the entire village on it. Yeah, it's pretty dangerous. But aquatic beasts travel through the rivers. For the beasts to become too great in numbers, we beseech the Landsguard to come cull them. Oh, that's what all the feathers on the Landsguard uniforms are. The Landsguard uniforms, I've said it before, they're really sick. I really love the whole, like, concept of, like, oh, it's all plate metal under there, and then they have, like, some decorative covering to it. I'm a big fan of this look. Doesn't really want to be here. He wants to be doing cool soldiery stuff. That's great. Oh, they purposely send us shitty soldiers. That's actually pretty clever. I like that they send the shitty, unmotivated Landsguard who are really only there because they want to crack skulls and stuff, and they're like, hey, you know, there's more to this soldiering business than just cracking skulls, right? That's pretty clever. I'm a fan. Naturally, I'm going to get the Aether Current quest from this first one, and then it's going to open a whole chain that I'm going to want to do now, but I don't. I'm going to want to do it, but I don't want to do it right now. I want to do the MSQ. Right? Oh, Dragon Sight. You'll never be gone. I'll keep you forever. I almost want to overrule chat. Because I don't... This is the problem, is I want to do these quests, right? Is I want to then go on and continue doing, like, side quests. I don't know, we might do, like, a bonus day where I just do, like, MSQ, where I just do, like, side quests and Aether Currents and stuff. I don't want to do this right now. That's just... I'm going to be so disengaged if I do this right now, because I'm going to be thinking, like, I want to be doing the MSQ. Right? And so I am going to overrule chat, actually. Fuck voting. This is not a democracy. I rule here with an iron tail, okay? And I choose that we don't do this right now. Because it's just gonna annoy me. We will do a bonus stream day. And I will go and I will do... I'm gonna have to fucking... I'm gonna go back and pick up that quest just so I remember that I wanted to do it. And then I'll just hide the quest. We will do an extra stream day where I do a bunch of, like, side quests and Aether Currents and stuff like that, but I just don't want to do it right now. I truly just don't want to do it at the moment. And I think I should be allowed to. I think I should be allowed to tell y'all to go fuck yourselves every once in a while. Where the fuck was the quest at? Where the fuck was the quest at? One feather at a time. That's the one. Now I can be like, goodbye, goodbye, for now. I still have so many little quests that I haven't done here. Alright, back to MSQ. Angie knows what's best. I will defend my ability to know what's best. We will do Aether Currents later. I'm gonna regret it. I'm gonna regret it because I'm gonna be like, it'd be nice if I could fly right about now, but fuck it. Alright, so MSQ. We are in Fantasy Texazona during the fucking oil boom. My instincts were dead on, and we didn't trust a cop, and it turns out that the cop was evil, so that ended up being fine. Sokoa here is like a good guy, and we know he's a good guy because he looks like a protagonist from like Final Fantasy VII or 8, right? And now that this is all tied up, we're going to get on a train to go meet Aaronville's mother/mentor. Naturally, we have to get the bracelet back. This is the whole reason we got sidetracked here with Sokoa and all this. Is because Namika, who was like Wuklamat's nursemaid, lost a bracelet, and we had to go track it down for her. I can't remember how to pronounce her name. Iate? Our minor adventure made for quite the tale. Yeah, all of my adventures are like this. I hate to say it. Blessed to have such devoted friends. She's blessed to have me. Long-standing acquaintances. I am certain that I'm wrong, right? That there is nothing more between Aaronville and Wuklamat than just being childhood friends. I wish I was correct, though. And I know it's wrong, right? Because, like, Square Enix has always been a little, like, tentative about doing any kind of romantic relationships for any of, like, the Scions or people close to the Scions, and so they could never put Wuklamat in a position where she clearly has affection for, like, somebody else, right? But, like, I wish that I was right, because I feel like it would add a lot to their characters. For them to have, like, something more going on. And there's been a lot of implications that they have a relationship that's more complicated than long-standing friends. Oh, we don't get to ride a train? I can't even blame a big lizard for this one. really wanted to get on the fucking train. That, come on, you can't, like, dangle fantasy trains in front of me and then be like, oops, you don't get to ride it, you have to walk there. So would be cruel. Unbelievably cruel.
I'm so sorry, but we're not sure when the train will be running again.
You've got to be joking. Of all the places to get stuck at on the way.
Please don't tell me you've come to complain too.
Poor guy.
We heard that the earthquake had caused disruptions and wanted to ask when operations would resume. But I see that it will be a while yet.
I'm afraid so. Too few hands for too much work.
It's actually striking
It's
me
time-consuming
how
enough
you,
to inspect the
like,
tracks after
aura
every quake,
are here.
but this last one we got after the succession ceremony was massive. Made a mess of a whole bunch of railroad ties.
The succession ceremony? We would have been in Tuliolal at the time. If it was as violent as you say, we should have felt it as well.
I have to admit, it was a touch strange, having seen my fair share of tremors. If I had to describe it, it felt more like the rumbling from an explosion.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Seriously? You're offering to help?
What about you, my friend? If you'd rather strike out on your own, I understand.
Though, if you were willing to lend us a hand too, we'd be truly tremendously grateful.
I just go hang at the bar.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I don't know if
Shenza,
the
by
nod
way.
there was supposed to be
Pleasure
so
meet your
shaky.
acquaintance.
But
If you would
I
please
love
step
it.
inside, I can introduce you to everyone.
Sorry for dragging you into this.
Think nothing of it, buddy. Again, 5'2" of muscle and metal. All I'm good at is carrying heavy shit.
There they are. That's them, the 2 volunteers.
You only have 4 people in this whole office? No wonder you have too
Walika
few
is our
hands.
station master, and over there is our top driver, Nitoikwe. And this grizzled mug is Zapia, an engineer who joined around the same time as me.
This is hardly a train company.
Much obliged
This is
for
more of
the
a
help.
train,
I'll make it worth
like,
your while, I
fellowship.
promise.
Like, just... a train D&D party. Like... It does look a lot like
Something
them.
the matter?
Oh my god, the train gaze! I happen to be a big fan of trolleys.
Trolleys? They're fine, I suppose, but they're no match for our cerulean-powered engine.
She's absolutely glorious, let me tell you. If you'd like to bask in her beauty, well, you should visit the depot behind the platform.
Can't believe it. I can't believe that they brought back the train gaze.
Right then. What I'd like you two to do is help us procure timber. We'll be using it to fashion new railroad ties, so it needs to be the strongest stuff we can get. In these parts, that means the trees in the Piata-Yonan Plain. It is Hetsaro territory, though, so we need to get their permission first.
Are we going to do
Come on, no time to waste.
indigenous peoples stuff in Fantasy Texazona? I'm a little nervous if we are. I actually guess it shouldn't strike me too much that there's not, like, a ton of lizards here in Tyrol, considering how rare they are, just globally speaking. But I don't know, I feel like it's because they were pretty, like, Rayan were pretty common in Endwalker, that I now find myself being like, oh, I'm probably the only aura these people have ever seen. Am I also allowed to say that it gives me the tiniest of ick that frontier imagery is being, like, evoked here, and there's the train stuff, and the specific use that it's, like, the Hitsaro lands, right? Like, are we doing colonialism? It gives me the tiniest bit of ick. I'm probably overthinking it, and it's probably going to be fine. Because a lot of the other stuff has been really fine, but this gives me a tiny ick. Armor rolling this. And that's a fun mount when you're flying around, but when it's just constantly making the rattling noise, it's so distracting. I'm really hoping Rhodes drops by today and it's just like, where the fuck are you? After that so much, I was like, yeah, I know, it's the South America expansion. It's just like, oh. Yeah. Oh, they live in tents. Oh, no. Oh, am I allowed to say I'm afraid? Hoping for the best. Oh no, industrialization. Son. Oh, yeah. That's not a normal male face, right? I feel like I'm going crazy. Yeah, Yes. I've kind of been everywhere, but I'm from Eorzea? No, I kind of go everywhere. That is a girl face. That is a femme face. That is not one of the default male faces. I'm so serious. I'm losing my mind. I really didn't think we were going to do, like, native symbolism because, like, we come up here and everyone kind of has, like, indigenous names. And so I'm like, okay, we're evoking the imagery, but, like, we're not gonna have actual tribesmen. But here we are, doing actual indigenous tribes. What, like the railroad? Your son. I'm okay. I'm okay. Okay. This is good, actually. This is healing for the soul. In case people thought that I was being too straight about Estinian last night, I have discovered the most feminine catboy I think I've ever seen, and I'm just like... Like, I'm not crazy, right? Please don't look at me like that. Please. I'm also, and my other concern is that because Sun, I have no idea how old this character is, but like, this guy's he's supposed to look pretty old. Disregard everything I have said about this character if the reveal is that they're like 17. They're using an adult model, right? You can tell from height that this is an adult Mikote. I'm being normal. A young adult Mikote, at the very least. But it's also... They're also in the female height range? Son of a bitch, I keep skipping through stuff accidentally. Since other problems led by ceruleum, Shaaloani has undergone transformation. It's an oil boom. Where the train as it thunders through causes the knot buffalo distress. He is, how shall I put this, kind of a dick. This is definitely supposed to be a kid. I'm thinking about it some more. It's supposed to be a kid. I'm 100% certain, though, that they have thrown that this is actually just a female Mikode model that they've cut the tits off of. I'm all but certain of that. To make it look like a, to make him look young. I'm 100% certain that he's not using a male model. 100% certain of that. I've seen enough cats. Yeah, I'm kind of a big deal. Recruited a bona fide hero. More than you know. I don't know if I would wager on that. He kind of has a distaste for your people, unfortunately. That is probably still a little problematic, because apparently one of your tribes left him for dead as a child. To carry all this back to the station? Yeah, it's a good thing I'm fucking svelte. I'm fucking hefty. Damn, girl, those shoulders. Those shoulders don't lie, you know? Damn. Damn. Music here is very interesting. I don't think it's going to go in like the orchestrion in my free company house, but it's definitely very interesting. I mean, I guess if I have to be polite. Bro is in love with his train driver cat girlfriend. I anticipate bad things are going to happen, of course, naturally. Just because there's that bit of intrigue of like, boy, the tunnel collapse sure sounded more like an explosion than it did an earthquake. So, there's definitely a bit of intrigue left here. Oh, there it goes over here. I saw the crowd of people, I was like, it's gotta be over here. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. Oh boy, intrigue!
Glorious grand machine indeed. I hope Namika was able to secure a seat.
Here she comes!
Hi! Hi! Oh, those were casks of ceruleum. I was wondering what the big things were. It's also an exceedingly short train.
To resume service much faster than anticipated. You have our gratitude.
I would expect more than one passenger carriage.
There's nothing so enchanting
Bro,
as a
just
ceruleum-powered engine in motion.
Take a breath. Come on now.
Ain't that the truth? Don't think I'll ever tire of watching them chugging along. They make wagons look like toys.
And so long as we can lay the tracks, she can go on and on and on. Before you know it, she'll be crossing the entire continent.
Railroads are a somewhat recent addition to Thrall. As it stands, we can only ferry folks as far as Shaaloani.
This guy's voice is crazy.
And from an operational standpoint, we still have much to learn. There's always some problem or another to deal with. But we'll keep working at it. We'll hone our craft and continue expanding till one day, our trains are running coast to coast. That's the ultimate dream.
This guy should be doing a whiskey commercial, not running trains in Dural.
Goodness, I completely lost track of time. By now, I expect the train will be nearing Shaaloani. When it returns, we'll see you on your way. So if you've got any preparations to make, you better make them quick.
Not another one?
You can't be serious.
Hello?
mercy.
What in the flying? What's happening?
Oh, the train! Nitobekwe and the others!
My home lies that way as well.
The fucking subtle eye movement there in Airville was great, by the way.
We're going to investigate. Right now!
So this is definitely related to Zalul, right?
What in the world? Are they heading for Tuliolal?
I don't think I could have prepared for that.
Heavens forfend.
You're here. Good, good. They came from the sky and attacked without any warning. The people need our help.
Can you stand?
Try to remain calm, everyone!
What the?
I don't know what they are, but they're not men.
Someone help me, please! Oh! Oh!
Bastard!
What did it just do?
Cool?
Thank you.
Save the things. Just get to safety.
He's so unused to doing this whole hero shtick. You'll get there, buddy. I believe in you.
I'll hold the line here. fall back to the palace. Quickly, before it's overrun.
Thank you, Bakul Jaja.
This is simply how I do things now. So, who wants to taste my blade next?
Gotta be said, when Zalul asked the City of Gold for the power to make the world in his image, gotta be said, building an air force for him is probably a good way of doing that. Who the fuck? And why is she so pretty? Zalul's gonna be on the throne. No, he's fighting his dad. And he's got cool cyber gear now. What the fuck?
That you
Or
should
Zoral. I
still
keep fucking up their
live.
names.
Zoralcha?
By the gods, what has happened to you?
This is your butchery, isn't it? After everything you've done in service to the throne, how could you betray us?
Quite easily, it seems.
My demand is simple. The dissolution of Tuliolol and surrender of all its territories. Refuse, and I will kill every last one of you.
You're welcome to try. Wouldn't be the first, won't be the last.
Gone mad?
No, my ambition remains unchanged. To teach the masses the folly of war, that they cry out for peace, and thus unite the world.
What has changed you so much, and in so short a time? To harm the very people you swore to serve. This is an unforgivable deed committed by my son. My son!
You have heard my ultimatum.
And you will have my answer. By my hands, I will end your madness.
I knew things would go tits up eventually. I didn't anticipate them to go
I should
so
be the one
tits
to
up
do this.
so quickly.
No. His sins are mine to bear.
In the upcoming battle, you will fight as Galul Jaja.
Fear not. Ozoralja is strong. He has never been father's equal in combat.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Good God. Bro still got it, even with one dead head over there.
Farewell, Sorolja, my son. And forgive me.
What?
How?
Despite his old age, the mighty Gulul Jaja remains a fearsome foe indeed. You retain the vitality of two souls, despite the passing of one.
This is, gonna cause some complications.
I shall even the odds.
Gotta be said, that was a pretty impressive turnaround on his part. That was pretty clever.
Papa?
Blood! No, we never see blood.
Even the blessed are mortal.
Father!
You are no match for me.
Murderer. On my honor, as vow of resolve, I'll make you pay!
So the once faint-hearted girl would live up to her title.
You wanna... I should help or something?
Very well. If only to demonstrate the disparity between us, I give you a chance to prove yourself. Rally the entirety of your strength. Lay siege to my kingdom. Strike me down, like I did father. Then will you be his worthy successor?
Zeralcha, wait!
My warships will remain in your skies. When you fail to prove your worth, I shall order them to lay waste to Tuli Yolal. Choose your next steps wisely.
It's fun that he's the twist villain. I like that you get to do a trial with the villain on your side in this expansion. That's kind of neat. Oh, he's super gone. I really hate to tell you this. There's nothing they can do. Well, you know, I kind of wasn't anticipating this. I actually don't think any possible guess I could have. I knew Galul would die at some point. This one I had on lock, right? This one I was pretty fucking certain of. Even though he's still breathing, I knew that he would get killed. After Bakul stepped down, I knew that Zeral would be like the main baddie, unless it was like his Jafar character. I think it was his Jafar character. If it wasn't him, it was gonna be Zeralja. I don't think I ever could have anticipated fucking aircraft carriers, though. I don't think I ever could have fucking anticipated fantasy aircraft carriers.
Enough. I am beyond saving.
Father, please. You can't give up.
He's dying of a broken heart.
Are you there, oh friend?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Look after my children.
What? I'm an old fossil like you. I've only got so many years left. But if that's what you want,
Interim's gotta be nearing on like 100 by this point, right? If he was in his like early 20s when they went on their adventures, he's gotta be pretty ancient, to be fair.
I must go on another journey together someday.
Aye, you can count on it.
Oglamat. Kona. the graves of the Yokui. You saw them, yes? I always found their teachings comforting.
Please, Father, you must save their strength.
Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. Through you, my hopes survive. Through you, I live on. So do not mourn me. Walk tall and see our nation to a brighter future.
Good to know that Angie was fucking correct about just doing MSQ today and not wasting her fucking time with side quests and Aether Currents. No time for tears, unfortunately. Got a whole new problem. People really thought this was gonna be a low-stakes expansion. You were out of your fucking mind. This was... you were out of your mind. Quickly deploy the scions. I, of course, am thinking to myself, my mind dwells upon the girl who's obviously dressed in, like, clothes that imply she's from a different time, with, like, she just looked like she was wearing non-location clothing, right? Of course, my mind is drawn to her and what significance she might hold. I think I could pretty confidently say that it is definitely not Allegans nor Ancients. It's something else entirely. It's somewhat reminiscent of Allegan dreadnoughts, but the architecture is all wrong. It's probably not Ominous Clouds. The particularities of, like, the, stuff they were wearing reminds me very strongly of the Lost Allegan gear from PvP settings. Like, the PvP Lost Allegan gear is very much what I'm reminded of when I see what the soldiers were wearing. So I don't know if I've totally ruled out Alligans, or some kind of, gods forbid, Allagan precursor? Because some of their stuff looks older than Allagan. Hmm. I am also glad that they changed the music for the city. And so I don't have to endure saxophones for this. Could you imagine No Time for Tears and it's just the fucking, it's the sax music? At a certain point, we're gonna have to tell people what's going on, because this is a bit fucked. Hold on one second, I get the lookout spot. That's a really remind me of resplendent plumage right now. So my curiosity, right, the entrance to the City of Gold was in the south, right, in Yoctel, but the origin of the ships seems to have been up in the north. And so I'm wondering if, like, the entirety of Tyrol is resting upon the ruins of the civilization, or if I'm just crazy. I will admit, and I think I said it previously before, I expected things to go tits up. I did not anticipate things to go this tits up. Like, I anticipated Zoologia with some crazy scheme, right? Because he was the only person who was, like, willing to snap at this point. But, like, this is something else. Oh, it's still blank. Guess they never finished delivering the new tablet. Oh, there's definitely some damage here. Jesus Christ. Holy hell. Unfortunately, slightly distracted by all the people walking around, clearly not knowing about this, or clearly having already gotten past this. I know you can't instance the entire city, but like... It's weird seeing all the other Warriors of Light running around, being like, oh, things are fine. Oh. Oh no. Right, she let us call her Lamenti now. It's like, huh? Oh, definitely worth noting there that they certainly don't seem like they attacked the structures at all. It seemed very directed towards people. It's fucked up. It's just fucked up, dude.
Steady now. I've brought you medicine. A drink.
She's feeding medicine to a dead person, isn't she?
There you are, Lamenti. I was beginning to...
Come on. Come on. Take it. Please.
Lamenti. Lamenti!
How? How could I?
Look at me, Lamenti.
Oh no.
You need rest. You and her both. I will tend to this soul.
But my people... I have to help them.
This is so fucked.
The Landsguard
so
have matters
fucked.
well in hand. Trust in them. If there's another attack, your people will need you to protect them. They'll need you to be sharp. So please rest. Consider it your duty.
I stood before them all. Said that we'd build a nation where everyone knows happiness. So much for that promise. What good is a vow of resolve who cannot save her people?
Damn. She's so good. Your voice actress is so good. You won't save your people by brooding. Girl, you gotta get nicer sometimes. Fucking... God damn.
You'll stick with me.
Why would I?
Thank you. My head's a little clearer now. I need to concentrate on what I can do rather than what I can't.
We can't
dealt
attack
with unfriendly
those.
factions before. From Yokui still longing for conquest, to adherents of blessed siblings, people who are unwilling to listen.
Lemon-Tea, I'm gonna be real with you.
Even so, I believe that by learning about one another and engaging in good faith, we could peacefully settle our
We are gonna have
differences.
to kill this guy.
And we
I'm
did.
really sorry.
My brother is different. There'll be no reasoning with him. He killed our people. Our father. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his goal.
We actually are just gonna have to kill
What's
this
more,
dude.
he has power. The power to destroy the peace we've worked so hard to preserve. If I'm to protect that peace, then I must fight. I must confront Zorolja and kill him. You go, girl. Oh my god. I'm very happy. So one, always happy when the power of friendship saves the day. But also very happy when the writers restrain themselves from doing that constantly and understand that there is no redemption for Zoralja at this point. His crimes are immeasurable, and for him to get a redemption arc would, like, okay, Bakul's redemption arc is its own thing. I think I'm coming around to it. I think it's fine. I still don't totally buy, like, the whole, you didn't like, I totally agree with the choice that I made there, where I was just like, don't give me that shit. You didn't sacrifice anything. That's what I believe, right? But, like, Zoralja has no fucking, redemption after this. This is insanity. I'm also curious about the little, like, soul collector thing. Are these, like... It's very machinist in design. and uses people's souls to power it. We're Full Metal Alchemists now. They're the homunculus soldiers. I mean, the palace is made of stone, too. Girl, you're fucking stupid sometimes. So when is Kedenram gonna tell us the dark truth? Right? Like... Because Galul was like, oh, hey, yeah, after we finish here, like, you know, we do some administrative stuff, then I will, like, tell you the truth about the Golden City and, like, what Kryle's grandfather discovered and what, like, they discovered the first time they found the Golden City and all that stuff. There's clearly a lot at play there, and we were just kind of told, you'll learn about it later. But Galul's fucking dead now and never said anything about it, which leaves Kedenram as the only, like, point of authority left on it. So, is Kedenram gonna tell us what the fuck is going on? Yeah, buddy. Alright, dark truth, dark truth, dark truth. Come on, give it to me. I can take it. I can take it. Kedenram's not even here. You fucking cowards. It's unbelievable. If this cutscene is on voice,
Thank you for coming, everyone. And thank you for taking charge in the relief effort. We would have fared far worse without you.
Someone had to do it, that's all. Come, let's take stock.
In terms of casualties, at least 50 died in the attack. And many times that number are wounded. All available healers are seen to their care.
Could have been a lot
Structural
worse.
damage at least is limited, so essential business can be conducted without issue. That said, the people are understandably shaken. We must assuage their fears and begin working to restore things to normal as quickly as possible.
Now, the most confounding mystery remains our enemy. And their mechanical soldiers created with technology that surpasses anything I've ever seen. What is their nature? And how did Zoralja manage to bring them under his command? Such things remain unknown.
One Kedenram.
They emerged from the dome encasing Shaaloani. We're quite certain of that much.
Speaking of the dome, we have some theories, I'm told?
Indeed. I would like to call upon some helpers to join the discussion. May I invite them here?
By all means.
Ring, ring, ring.
It's me. Permission has been granted. You can come in.
Rahatia?
Greetings, everyone.
He's back! He's back! He's back! He's back! And also Yashol's here. I mean, that's also, you know, nice. My wife is back! Yay!
Raha! Y'shtola!
Well, I guess this is a bit more important than the students of
After
Baldesion.
that long voyage, I had hoped that we might be afforded a moment's rest.
They were already on their way here. Well,
All is well in the annex, never fear. I've already dealt with the most pressing matters, and others hold the fort in my absence.
they're playing the fucking Crystal Tower theme. You can go fuck yourselves.
Following the changing of Dawn servants, Gulul Jar Jar spoke about the Golden City to his two successors. Thanks to Wuglamat, I was allowed to attend that meeting. What I heard led me to conclude that this was a matter for the students. Thus did I call upon our comrades who possess the requisite expertise. It was actually after that the dome manifested. But, based on what we know, I have reason to believe that it is connected to the Golden City.
While we're eager to help, we have limited familiarity with the situation. Might we trouble you to explain from the beginning?
As you know, it was a letter I found tucked away in the Baldessian annex that brought me to Tural. A letter from the Dawn servant addressed to my grandfather, sent some 20 years ago.
The request to investigate the City of Gold.
Indeed. The strange thing is, there was mention of neither Tural nor the city in our records. Hoping to learn the truth of my grandfather's mission, what he did and saw, I volunteered to help in the rite of succession. At the end of which, I was able to hear the tale from Gulul Jar Jar. Like us, my grandfather went to the deepest chamber of the Sky Deep cenote. And, like us, he saw the gate to the Golden City.
Is that what you required our help with? This gate?
Yeah.
It was.
Oh, well.
You see, the gate was opened once in the past. And
it led to another reflection.
I can take the story from here. Considering my part in these affairs, I reckon maybe I'm best equipped to speak on the matter. I was there too, you see. In those ruins, together with Galuf and Gulul Jar Jar. And what I saw that day, I'll never forget.
Oh, well, I guess I get to see it myself.
This black stone is remarkable.
Carl, I hate to say it, but your grandfather was kind of
I
hot.
wonder if the structures in this part of the ruins were built by a completely different civilization.
It was over 1,000 years ago that the giants mined here. Their records make no mention of glowing stones.
I guess it explains, because I had that question too. I was like, how could the Giants not know about this?
Concentrations of ether, and on the surface are what appear to be arcane patterns. They aren't Allegan, or Mahi, or Nemean. If anything, they put me in mind of the calculations of the South Sea Islanders, but even then...
Seven hells! What did you do?
Nothing.
An earthquake? None of this has ever happened before.
A void gate? Nay, this is different. Baby? Now hold on. Why would you...
Now what's this?
What is this? Who are you?
It was fortunate of them that there were people there to receive her baby.
Though it never opened again, Galuf continued to study the gate for years after that, hoping to learn something of value. All he could conclude was that it was built with unknown technology, and that it led to another world, one apart from the Void. We'd assumed the ruins themselves were the Golden City, Only to discover that the real prize actually lay beyond the gate, and beyond our reach. Couldn't make head nor tail of the artifact either. As it had similar properties to the black stone in the ruins, we were convinced it was important. So Galul Jaja took it to the palace for safety.
This shit's so whack.
Galuf, meanwhile, took the baby with him back to Shaaloani and raised her as his own.
Quail's not even one of
And the
us.
child was...
The earring inside the letter to my grandfather. It was apparently found amongst my swaddling clothes.
You're taking this really well.
If this is true, then it means that you hail from another reflection.
So it would seem. I still struggle to take it all in myself. Looking back, Grandfather was always quick to seek distractions whenever I broached the subject. But never would I have guessed anything like this. But enough about me. We have more pressing matters.
The forces that assailed Tuliyola. You suspect they are somehow connected to the Golden City?
Thinking back on it, the soldiers looked like they could have been made from the same black stone.
And leading them was Zeralja. His involvement also lends weight to the theory. On the day of the succession ceremony, a bandit took me unawares and knocked me out. When I came to, I found my home turned upside down, with a few particular items missing. Namely the keystones I was entrusted with, for my role as Watcher of the Gate.
The bandit. You believe that it was...
Who else?
I only got a glimpse of him, but I was a blue-scaled Hubigo. I know of no other.
The artifact stored at the palace was also stolen. The thief struck during the ceremony, and the guard was spread thin.
So our assumption is Zeralja somehow opened that gate to another reflection, where he acquired advanced technology and his mechanical army.
It fits. And if he did, then it's also likely that the dome is a product of this unknown reflection.
Hold on. We've been going on and on about the reflections, but what of my home? What's become of it?
Dude, that's a solid question. Definitely nothing good. Looks like a job for the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Definitely not the time to do a name drop there.
Indeed. Where it concerns other realities, I dare say the Scions are best suited to tackle the task.
You can say that again. We've been to the literal edge of existence. Some mysterious giant dome shouldn't scare us.
The fucking Scions are the only people to have traveled to other fucking reflections and come back.
As you know, our order has ostensibly disbanded. We'd thank you to be discreet about our unofficial reunion.
Huh. Worry not. We'll spare no effort to get to the bottom of this. And with our hero eager to help, you can be confident of the results.
I like that we sell ourselves off as like a mercenary company. It's just like, oh yeah, and we're getting the band back together.
Where my brother is, then that's where I must go. I can't say I understand everything you're discussing, but I know what I have to do. I have to put a stop to Zorolja and restore the people's happiness.
Suffice it to say, I share Lamachi's desire to join you. However, under these circumstances, it would be unwise for both vows to be absent from the city. As such, I shall remain in Tuliolol.
Where's Estinian? Estinian's a scion.
Come what may, I will protect our nation. So go forth, sister, and do what you must.
Crowley, you know how to find him. You always have.
It may be prudent for us to likewise divide our forces. While one group ventures into the dome, the other keeps guard without.
I noticed that there are 7 of us if you count Wuklamads.
So I will remain.
I as well. The enemy's warships still loom overhead, and I would see that we are prepared for the worst.
I wish to go to the dome. As a student, I have an obligation to investigate this potential threat to the world.
Potential threat to the world, yeah.
But I'd be lying if I said I'm not deathly curious about my origins. If there's aught to be learned, then I want to learn it.
In that case, please let me come too. I have to see what's become of my home. I may not be a fighter, but I know those lands like the back of my hand. I can guide you.
If you hadn't offered, I would have asked. We're counting on you.
I'm not one for waiting around, so if it's all the same to you, I'll join the Dome crew.
Dome crew? Don't call us that.
You should accompany them, Graha. I expect your knowledge and experience will be useful. In the meantime, I intend to learn what I can about the gate, and will keep you apprised of my findings. Pray do the same.
Assuming communication is possible from inside the dome, we'll maintain contact and share any developments.
It seems our teams are assembled. A fine roster, I think.
Looks good to me. We'll find a way to deal with the threat. For the sake of Tural.
It's truly heartening to have you at our side for this. Thank you, everyone. Now, before we set off, there's one thing I need to do. The people are still shaken by the attack, and I'd like to reassure them as best I can.
Nodding. Maybe a city doesn't come back, actually. Let's consider right. I'm metagaming here. It's another trial. They're probably gonna let us trust it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If Kona doesn't join us. If he does, we number 8. Cause we have tank, healer, DPS. Right? So that's the full party, but you can cut out Kona, right? Slot in Estinian.
Yes, Kryl, unfortunately it does actually mean that. Isholda surely would have noticed. But doesn't it literally mean that? They're definitely gone already, unfortunately. It's a shame we sent them home so quickly. If fucking Kona had just told them to, if Kona had just told them to stick around for a little bit and do some sightseeing, they would have been here for the full Scion reunion. As it stands, they're just gonna have to hang out at home by themselves. Be a nice little honeymoon for them, I guess. Their third honeymoon or whatever they're at this point. Still at ominous skies? This person does not need persuasion. Oh, it's like that fucking Shaaloani quest where you have to track down all the researchers that need help, and some of them are just like, oh, I'm fine. Smile. Which of course led us to one of my favorite custom deliveries quests with Margaret, the one scientist who is so sleep deprived that nothing you say or do can help her at that point. And so the quest is just like, you should probably just leave her alone. Damn, I'm awful persuasive when I don't have to pick my own dialogue choices. Cheerful resident. What are you cheerful about? Oh, this is gonna suck. I have no idea where this last person is at. Oh, Jesus Christ. They could be anywhere.
It's such a huge fucking radius. Oh, whew. Don't give in to despair. Oh, please. I have to do it again! No! Oh man, it's gone poorly. This is gonna ruin the whole tour. So persuasive when I don't have to fucking pick my own dialogue. Hey boy, how about you just chill a bit? Why'd you just chill out, dude? Ever considered that? Oh, this guy's gonna be fine. I want to see. I know where the other person is. I want to get the dialogue here for this person. Looking at the ships. Good news, I've got answers for you. Actually, just down my hotbars for a little bit. Very happy to see Graha again. Was infamously very distraught when we were going to DAWNTRAIL without him. A few of my questions. I see Alizé. I'm sure she's fine. That girl's always trying to one-up me. Your apologies. This has been a great little vacation. And yeah, that's kind of the second thought here, is this army represents a world-ending threat as well. Be irresponsible if we didn't help you. It's a shame we never got to meet the old man. He's pretty alright. You gonna tell him the truth that fucking Zoral is behind it all?
Namachi, are you all right?
Yes, don't worry. I'm ready for it. The fear, and sadness, and anger.
Sure, I'm glad that we got this final day shit out of the way before this. Otherwise, we would be summoning fucking calamities all over the goddamn place right now.
I am the reason to your resolve. But more than that, I am your brother. You needn't bear this burden alone. Remember this.
As you likely already know, my father, our former Dawn servant, lost his life in the recent attack.
To have lost both heads
He
in
challenged
such
the enemy leader to a duel and fought with skill
swift
and
succession.
valor. And for a moment, we believed he had won. But wielding an unknown power, his foe returned
You do not
from
need to
death
tell
and
them that. You
struck
do
him
not need to
down.
tell them that. You do not need to tell them that.
I could only watch as this happened. I could not tarnish my father's honor by interfering. Many of you have suffered terribly. You've taken wounds. You've lost friends and family. As vow of resolve, I failed in my duty to protect you. Words can't express the shame and regret I feel. And as much as it pains me to reveal this, the enemy leader was none other than my brother Zoralsha.
Zoralsha? It's true! I saw him!
We believe he staged the attack from Shaaloani, which has been encased within a mysterious dome. I know that you're concerned for your loved ones there as well. But mark my words, I won't let Zorolja torment us any further. Our father gave his life to protect our nation, and I'm prepared to do the same.
You say that, but those metal monstrosities are still up there in the sky. What are you going to do about them?
They're not metal, they're stone. Let's be real with ourselves for a second. They've got fucking anti-aircraft batteries on them. They're crazy looking.
The enemy is still on our doorstep, and waiting for them to strike again accomplishes nothing. That's why we're going to strike first. We are going to take the battle straight to Zorolja and put an end to it all.
And while my sister sallies forth, I will take charge of the city's defenses. Not another soul will come to harm. We swear to you.
Thank God Kona gets in on this.
Like our father before us, we will lead with resolve and reason to restore peace to our nation. So please, have patience and faith.
So the resolve goes on the attack, while reason shores up the defenses. Sounds like a fine plan. Needless to say, you can count on my sword. Tural's my home, and I'll do my part for it. Hear, hear, brother. That makes two of us. Or was that two of we? Never mind that.
He finally did the stupid joke.
What of the rest of you? Will you let others do the work? Or will you do your part and fight? We fight! We fight! We're two Leolans because we're united! We'll stand with you and weather this storm!
He's right. This is our nation, and it falls to us to protect it.
We'll fight too! For Tuliolal!
Me too! Me too!
We're all together in this!
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We've already learned much about our foe, and we will continue to learn more. In time, we will have the means to make their warships fall from the sky. When we join hands with our countrymen and our allies from afar, we're stronger than we dare to hope. Together, let us show the enemy the might of Tuli Yolal.
You are the beating heart of our nation, each and every one of you.
Nod.
Uncertain days lie ahead, but for now, I ask you to persevere, to go about your lives as you always do. Only then can we ensure we have the resources to see our nation through these trials. And when the time comes, we will strike.
I mean,
Tuliyola will not fall. We will prevail.
This is what
peace and happiness will be
this
ours
is what Zorolja
again.
wants, though. Zorolja wants, though, right? Like, he was like, yeah, I'm gonna go fuck off and hang out with my cool new friends, and you can come attack me, and when you fail, I'll kick your asses. So it's hardly us taking the initiative here. He was the one who told us to do this. This is a cute little shield this character has on. Aaron feels so proud. Still convinced there's something else going on there. Girl is just like, Papa's getting war flashbacks. It's like, this reminds me of the time that I was king of a nation. Alright, Grandpa, so you're off to bed. I like that Alize is the only one who's really taken her up on that offer to call her Lamati. Everyone else is still stuck up at the formality, but Alize is just like, nah, you my sister, girl. Like, very Alize of her to do. Nudge. Please. 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 You know what I want, video game. And you are going to render it unto me. It's amazing how much you can fit into his rucksack. Boy knows how to pack. Boy's a packer. Transboy Aaronville. Oh my god. It's all coming together. The dead name, the packing, it's all coming together. The fact that fun boys are so gender, it's all coming together. I'm gonna sleep. Maybe the sheriff's gonna have much to say to us? Dude, shit's fucked. Why are we... I'm in love with you, just a tiny bit, just the tiniest amount. Why are we talking to anybody about this? Like, why are we trying to get information from anybody? Do you think anybody is gonna have anything worth saying about this? It's like our specialty. Like... It's like if a tiny black hole opened up in like town square and some astrophysicists show up and they're just like, anything weird about that black hole? Yeah, there's a black hole in town square. I don't know what the fuck you want me to say is like any less normal about it than that. I don't think that there's any information that we don't already know. There was lightning in the sky and then the big fucking purple dome and then a bunch of ships came out of it. Nope. You can actually just teleport as well anyways. You have to go crack some stone soldier heads. I don't even know how I would explain this to somebody. Just be like, yeah, so the Rite of Succession ended, and it really is the most Final Fantasy plot I could possibly think of, where it's like, yeah, the Rite of Succession went really well, and so without that going on, I decided to take a vacation up north, and then I was really concerned that they were going to do, like, a plot about Native Americans getting their land stolen, but before we could get to that plot, a giant fucking portal opened, and a bunch of doomed ships rolled out and laid waste to everything. Like... Yeah, I went to a fantasy oil boom town, and I was really concerned they were going to do a plot line about, like, pseudo-indigenous Americans and railroads, and instead, the sky split open and the Legion of Doom descended. Just after we finished fixing the tracks, we got bigger concerns. Oh shit, there's a destroyed mechanical soldier over here. Chucked one of the barrels at them. Yate. The blue-haired bun girl. A traveler came along and dealt with them all in a flash. Gee, I wonder. 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 One of the mechanical soldiers got run through by a lance, and he soared through the air, spear in hand, shaming over his chance to ask his name. I wonder who it could be. I wonder who's in the area known for diving through the sky and wielding a lance and being exceptionally proficient in combat. Give him to me, give him to me, give him to me, give him to me, give him to me. I know he's here. I've called his phone. He blocked my number. I know he's here. Give him to me. Couldn't be anyone else. Zakoa. Oh. He's here. I love that he's always walking around with like his combat armor on, like just underneath some like loose clothing. I never got to finish my fight with him too. This game is prejudiced against exactly me. Heavensward music? Remixed Heavensward music right now? I mean, definitely with a machinist and a dragoon. Definitely reminds me a bit of Heavensward. Just do it. It comes naturally. I love Estinian, and I don't think you get to hear me say it a lot, how much I love Estinian. And it's not just physical appearance. I love Estinian because he's I think the only Scion who really sees you for who you are, right? Who truly understands, like, that you were just some adventurer who, like, rose to monumental occasion. And, like, at heart, you're still that adventurer. That, like, above all else, people talk about how you're a compassionate soul and about how all this and all that. Estinian, I think, is one of the only Scions that sees you for what you are, a warrior, right? And that this whole talk about, like this right here, hey, stay safe and don't do anything reckless, and then immediately he's just like, I'm wasting my breath. I know I'm wasting my breath. Just, I trust you, right? I trust you. That's the thing that gets me about him more than any of the other Scions, is when it comes down to it, when the chips are down, when this is happening, right? All the other Scions are like, you know, and I get it, they all care about your health, but Estinian trusts you. He's like, I know you can do this. And it's so understated. Everyone else holds you up as this hero upon, like, their shoulders and stuff, right? And they parade you around as this great warrior. And Estinian doesn't really mince those words. He is just as capable a soldier as you are in a lot of ways, right? And, like, as a result, has a kind of warrior's respect for you. I really fucking love Estinian. I think he is my favorite Scion by miles. Like, don't get me wrong, I love Grahatia. I love his enthusiasm. I love Thancred and all of his, like, dadisms. I love the twins. They both, like, endeared themselves dramatically to me. But, like, Estinian continues to be a character that I feel very seen by. Who seems to very much have your best interest at heart, but also is, like, not afraid to let you do your thing. I love him. Your Honor, I love him. Railroad buddies. Dungeon time? One hell of a thing to just drop like that. This is true. That's kind of what I was thinking. The train! The train! Yes! Let's see the bigger picture, boys. Trains are replaceable. Eventually. The truth is, you could just build another train. Tesla Kitty, what are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? What are you... Ma'am? Ma'am? Danger's my middle name. Well, it's not, but it should be. Honey. We'll keep... We'll keep your wife safe, don't worry. Sometimes a family is a man, a wife, his son, and his son's boyfriend. Hmm. I'm wondering if this reflection was one of the ones that was calamitied, or if it's one of the intact ones. I'm inclined to believe that it was one of the calamitied reflections. Putting plans into locomotion. Have y'all considered going and fucking yourselves? Unbelievable. I mean, Zeralja's a lot of things, but he's not much of a liar. Much of a liar. Do we need a goldsmith? Also, I am a master crafter, so, like, I could just do it. A fetish for formalities. Yeah, I gotta say that. He was about to say we could guess the big dude. We need anti-aircraft cannons. Oh, we could, I mean, we could borrow guns, but we could also use the cat-capable ballistas. Come on, Tia. Hey, over here. Please don't send me all over the country telling people to come work for us. I need to go say goodbye to my train daughter. It's a shame Sid isn't here. What is my purpose? Your job is to get us through magic barriers whenever it's convenient. Except for this one. Do you think he's gonna get jealous? Oh my god, an aether current. Piece of candy. I'm here to help with the bitch work. Oh, well, that certainly is very convenient, isn't it? Oh. This is definitely going to be a dungeon. I'm probably going to have to get up and go before we actually do the dungeon itself. So I'll get us to the dungeon, then I'm going to have to take a break to go cook food for the house, and then eat some dinner, and then we'll come back and play for another couple hours. And then I'm going to have to go for friend night. Mm. 97 get Pog. Look forward to see why Aaronville thinks so highly of you. Because I'm the coolest. Because I'm the coolest. Because I'm the coolest. Come on. Everyone doubts me. Everyone but Astinian. Astinian's the only one that never belittles me. Maybe that's why I love him so much. Establish yourself as a threat. Do the Dara care about threats? Like, do they have any kind of social hierarchy that I can exploit here? It's not even the fucking Dara, it's animals. Ain't even any animals over here. It's all Dara.
there? Do you see how quickly I got the defensive off? I was trying to read, because I thought it said cantankerous something or other. I was just like, I don't have enough time to fucking dodge this. Hope I go back over and she's just like, bleeding, weeping hells, lady. Fuck is that mount? Good lord. It's massive. I can probably actually run the dungeon before I have to go make food. Assuming that we're about to hit the dungeon, at least. Boy, it's sure brightened up out here, huh? No more ominous clouds. The power of teamwork. I just realized that this expansion so far has been first half, the power of friendship, second half, and failing that, the power of incredible violence. Oh my god, it's this song again.
Poor sleepy babies. I was talking to Graha there in the background. I noticed that secondary. Man, how many days is this taking us? Good lord. I mean, I'm sure retrofitting a train into a fucking armored death wagon probably takes some effort. I didn't anticipate it would take days, plural. I'm wondering if the first part of this dungeon will actually take place on the train, or if, like, the opening cutscene will be us on the train. And then, like, the actual dungeon itself. Like, the dungeon itself won't be up until, like... Yeah, we're going. I think it'd be fun to spend the first part of the dungeon on the back of the train, but I could also see that being a cutscene just because, like, then you have to mechanicize...
Right, we're just about done with the modifications, but I
jumping
have to
off the train in time?
that we cannot afford a test run.
It's fine. We understand and accept the risks. We have faith in you and your craft. I'm sure everything will go to plan. With all the hard work everyone's put in, it couldn't be otherwise.
When has anything in this expansion ever not gone to plan? At any point? Smiles.
Finished at last!
Why did we put a skull on it?
Behold, the pinnacle of locomotive engineering. The
Why did we put a skull
Blazer.
on it?
Amazing!
Ear wiggle!
She's been fitted with wooden armor and a crystal grounding rod to mitigate the effects of lightning. Naturally, we had to overhaul the engine so it could handle the extra weight.
I also had her outfitted with etheric cannons, the better to contend with enemy forces. And as they're modeled upon those used at the Crystarium, I can attest to their potency.
Yeah, but they're decorated to look like the fucking
what do you
ballistas.
Given the tight turnaround, I'd say we did a damn good job.
Sure did, Whiskey Bro. It's a shame we have to blow her up.
Glad she's to your liking. I hate to let go of such a beautiful piece of machinery, but I know you'll give her a proper send-off for us.
At the risk of spoiling the mood, we should probably get moving.
Yep, you won't get far if you let them pummel you from the air, but you'll be safe enough once you reach the tunnel.
In that case, I will conceal the train with a spell once everyone is on board.
You can do that?
It should last long enough for us to reach the tunnel unnoticed.
Right. So everyone, are we ready?
Here we go.
We've done all we can. Rest is up to you.
I won't let you down. All aboard!
Vanish.
Sometimes I forget that Graha is actually an insanely powerful mage. He is just a wet little cat boy, but he is also an extraordinarily powerful mage. So it looks like we're cutscening this part.
We should arrive at the dome in no time at all.
But not before we're spotted, I expect. Stay alert!
Here we go. Stand fast, everyone.
It is ridiculous. In the most affectionate way possible.
No, you don't.
One of the soldiers wisened up and stopped using the lightning guns.
They switched to firearms!
Oh, that's no good. Might wanna move there, babe.
Raha, jump!
Me!
Erenville, I need you to take over for me.
Or it's just like, you expect me to do this? Are you crazy? She's fucking smacking the bullets away. And all those fucking hours in Air Force One in the Gold Plaza sure is working out for me, huh?
End of the line, everyone!
You cut his ass. I love this game so much.
Oh, that was too close. Still alive, Erenville?
Mostly.
Dude, if anything happened to Erenville, I would burn this world to the ground. He's too pure. He's too pure. fuck's with the fences here?
At last, the enemy stronghold. We should hurry before they can regroup.
Are those fucking lightning mortars on
Let's
the
go and
battlements?
find out what's inside.
Ridiculous game. Holy shit, a dungeon I can actually pronounce at this expansion. It's more of a dig at myself than anything else. I mean, this is exactly the party that I was gonna take.
I stand ever ready. I stand ever ready.
It's my favorite.
Let's give it our all. I won't let you down.
Yeah, well, we'll take. Crown hasn't gotten to go on many things. I'm already into this music. Artificial IntelliGuard. Oh shit, a ranged enemy. Oh shit, help, help, help! I've been thinking this a lot recently, because I have described this expansion as, like, Realm Reborn but good, and of course, the ever-popular question is, like, which is the best expansion, right? Or, like, how do you rank expansions against each other? And it's really hard for me to rank expansions to begin with. I find it exceptionally difficult to try and rank DAWNTRAIL so far. Entirely because it's so kind of unlike a lot of other things before it. Like, it feels almost unfair to compare it to other things, right? Because how do you compare it to Shadowbringers? If you're talking, like, purely logistically, probably as good, if not better than Shadowbringers when it comes to stuff like emotional state, well, not even, it can't even be that in terms of, like, quality of characters, in terms of intrigue, in terms of, like, dungeon design and stuff like that. It's, like, on Shadowbringers level, right? But, like, Shadowbringers also has ever since Realm Reborn worth of fucking lead up. This reminds me of Shadowbringers dungeons, actually, or Stormwind dungeons, weirdly enough. Of Doma Castle in particular. Like, the problem is that because Shadowbringers is so... oh, it does have... You can cast Imperator at range now. I was discussing this last night with somebody. that I thought the only difference between Rexy and Imperator is the AoE and the potency increase, but you actually can range cast Imperator now, which is crazy. It's so unfair to compare anything to like Shadowbringers or Endwalker, right? Because they rest upon the backs of everything before them, right? And it's one of those, like, you're discussing bad expansions, right? It probably, like, Stormblood probably has to lose. And I hate saying that, because I like Stormblood. I think a lot of people are unfair to Stormblood when it comes to, like, reviewing it. I think Stormblood probably loses for me. But, like, it's like picking your favorite child. And so, in this respect, I almost want to, like, rate DAWNTRAIL on its own fucking system outside of, like, Realm Reborn to Endwalker. Because it's just so, like, different. It is, like, as much built upon... Because, like, it is built upon the stuff that came before, right? But also, it kind of exists in its own universe in a lot of ways. It's a motorcyclist. It's a dude on a big motorcycle. It's great. We're in space now? We're actually not in space. It's gonna take a little bit to explain. But where the wing blade? Oh, it goes to the inside, so we need to be on the outside of this. It's complicated. I'm trying to remember when you took off. We're in the Tron dimension. We're actually, if you look out there, that's Tyrol. We're just in a big building. We're just in a Tron building. It's gonna be the outside this time. Let's go. So basically, I'm trying to remember when you took off last night. I think was it before the contest was decided? I'm trying to remember. Basically, we found the City of Gold, and this is what was on the other side. I'm trying to figure out. Oh. I don't have any way of deciding how that works. Just have to fucking guess, I suppose. Yeah. Final Fantasy continues to waver between being, trying to do, like, some high fantasy nonsense, and it's gonna be outside again. Oh, except, no, he's going the other way. Shit, he's going the other way. Where it straddles the line between being high fantasy and just also whatever they feel like at the time. Moklama, can you not stand in my position, please? Yeah, basically after the Rite of Succession got called, and of course Moklama wins, because of course she does. Her brother Zorulja is a sore loser and opened the City of Gold, and behind it was this, kinda? And so he's using this advanced technology from behind the sealed gateway to the City of Gold to basically try and coup Wuklamat's new government. It's kind of what's happening. It's crazy. Like, Final Fantasy XIV is an experience. This is, I'm not even, I can't even get into the fact that there is, again, we finally got to go to the north after the Rite of Succession, and it's fucking Texas. It's Texas. It's an Old West boom town, and they're mining fantasy oil. Crazy game for crazy people. I love it. There. Also, one of my wives is back for more. They fucking teased me earlier, and I'm still not happy about it. Because they showed me one of my wives, and he's as he ever is, and I was very happy to see him, and I was like, please tell me he gets to come on this little adventure here to Cerulja's fortress to help us. And instead he's just like, no, I'm fine. I got other shit I need to take care of anyways. I'm gonna stay out here and like help people defend if they come out and like attack or something like that. I was very upset about it. Those... I fought these before. Also, I can't talk about the story at all around any of my social circle because I am by far the furthest along out of anybody that I know. I am several hours ahead of everybody in my friend group. And so I know I'm gonna log out today and I'm gonna be like, oh my god, I need to talk about this. I need to talk about this with somebody. I have to work out all the thoughts in my brain, and everyone's gonna be like, nah, girl, I'm like a whole dungeon behind you. And I'm like, no, it's not fair.
Try this!
So for what it's worth, the card games of motorcycles are not from this continent. They're from an ancient civilization who happened to be here ages ago. It's so funny. I'm gonna talk about this actually because okay, Rite of Succession out of the way, right? Obviously things are gonna go tits up at some point. Things are going too well, right? Cerulja is obviously taking his defeat really poorly because he's a sore fucking loser, right? Assume he's gonna kick up shit at some point. But, character doesn't know this, Rite of Succession goes off, Wuklamat gets sworn in as the Dawn Servant. Surprise, she asks her brother to be co-Dawn Servant with her so that they're all winners, the power of friendship, right? And so upon this, Aaronville, the Black Bunny boy, right, is like, hey, I want to go see my family. They live up in the northern continent. Do you want to come with me? We can go hang out, right? And so we go up there, and it's Texas, right? We go up there, and it's Texasona. It's the Wild West. There's prickly pear cactus and buffalo, and there's a giant oil boomtown sound like the Old West. And I'm here, I'm just like trying to absorb all this, and then there's a plot line about railroads and the fact that railroads are like causing disruptions for the Not Buffalo, and there's like Native American inserts who are upset about this, right? And I'm like, oh god, oh fuck, are we gonna do this plot, right? And I'm super concerned that they're gonna fumble this plot. It feels like it's gonna go poorly, and then a giant fucking portal opens and a goddamn aircraft carrier flies out of it and invades Tyrol. And that's how we're here now. And it's just like I was so concerned that we were gonna do a bad indigenous people's storyline, right? An aircraft carrier. A giant aircraft carrier flew out of the portal and invaded the rest of the continent. It's... Hello? Oh, jeez. Hello. 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 Oh my god. How am I getting paralyzed? I don't know where I got paralysis from. Oh, because at the start of it, okay, there's a fence, and at the very beginning of the mechanic, I was stood inside of it. Okay. That makes sense. A motion-sensitive bomb has been affixed to me. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No, this is fine. I'm okay. I'm managing. I should read acceleration on a little bit better. New movement that when the effect wears off will result in detonation. Okay, so I have to be still when the timer hits 0. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Acceleration mode. Okay. It's actually crazy how fucking good I am at this video game, actually. At, like, it should be illegal. What the fuck? Oh, gender. That's a good one. This is what you see when you riz the goth girl who wears pinstripes. It's true. It's true. Oh, yeah. The problem is Brooklyn did kind of sign up for all of this. I mean, she kind of didn't, but it is. It's one of those things I'm realizing now, as someone who has been party to all things as they happened, I feel like that this has been a reasonable escalation of force, actually. But I'm sparing a moment to think of, like, somebody who missed all of yesterday comes back and sees this and is just like, is this the same fucking video game? The answer is yes, and I could very clearly how we got from point A to point B, but you're gonna have to sit down, because it's a lot. Like, no, I know. I'm just like, I'm trying to coherently explain, like, how we got here, and I feel like I'm skipping over a lot. You missed a whole bit. There's a fucking Old West town, and there was a part where, like, I said ACAB, right? Like, it's all so much. There was an Old West sheriff who was fucking corrupt, and a guy who looked like he climbed out of Final Fantasy VIII, and it's a lot. DAWNTRAIL's a lot. Yes, to robots. They're not actually robots. We think they're made of stone. Don't think about it. We think they're made of magical, lightning-infused stone. Don't think about it. At least the ships are made of stone. That much we know. It's just robots. It is just robots, yeah. Hello? Whoa. That's just a normal man. That's just a normal man. Something is deeply weird about this. Oh. On your knees. I see. Okay. Something is wrong. We're killing him too quickly. Second phase. He's dying too fast. Okay, thank God. Oh, he's got the thing on his head. That's right. The souls you faintly waste stay. So it is soul magic. We are Full Metal Alchemist. Oh. Oh. Hey. Gotta love you, I don't know how much I like that one.
Now I'll show you.
So, the reason I say Full Metal is right, not confirmed, right, but when these guys first showed up, they attacked the main city, Tuliolo, right, and there's a segment where we saw one of the stone soldiers, like, pointing some kind of, oh, there's a tail attack there. Oh, rear guard. I see. Held like a weird device up for somebody that they had just killed and took some blue juice out of them. And I was like,
Got you now.
is the reveal here gonna be that like souls? Or are we doing Full Metal Alchemist stuff? Appears to be that the weird stone robot soldiers are powered by souls. Is kind of my current prediction. Oh god, I didn't even fucking get at. So Zrolja came back covered in like sci-fi armor, and he killed Buklamat's dad, like their dad, Galul, right? He fucking killed him. So that also happened. Most unexpected transformation. It does bring to mind Alligans again, but it can't be Alligans. Sorry, I have to see this. I got a chest piece here from this dungeon. I have to see it. Yeah. She's got headphones on. That's crazy. Panties jump scare. They're always there.
What greeted us was not the home that I had left behind. There was no mistaking we had reached Shaaloani, and yet it was wholly unlike my memories.
Thanks.
The lands
oh my god,
of my
hi
childhood
Aaron.
had
Thank you for the
changed
resub.
beyond imagining.
There are lizards here, among
To
other
where
things.
had I returned? We tread on, the darkened skies above a mirror to my heart, clouded with fear and uncertainty.
How bizarre.
Bizarre's the word.
This cannot be Shaaloani, can it?
Heritage found. Unfortunately, I have to go make food now because I'm very hungry and my roommates are waiting upon me to make dinner tonight. So, there's one hell of a place to, like, stop. A hell of a place to stop before we come back, but, I'm really afraid that I'm gonna get too enthralled with whatever comes next, right? And so I'm going to take the opportunity as I can to break away and make some food. Hopefully it's not gonna take me too long. Hopefully I don't get like logged or anything like that. But I'm going to go ahead and get up and make some food, and I'll probably be back in like 15-20 minutes. Bye! Gamers, hi gamers, hi gamers, hi gamers. I have no idea how long it's been actually. I was not paying very good attention to how long it took me to cook. But we're back. I've got my food. I've got my food. Oh man. It took a bit longer than I thought it would just because I had to wait for a roommate to finish using the kitchen. They were cleaning up some stuff. Before I got to use it to make food. Still just blown away by how the story has progressed here. Ah. Which is oh my god. Yeah, we are firmly derailed at this point. It's a it's a train joke. You get it's a train joke because we used a train to derail the story. I'm a real knee slapper, I'll have you know. I was really not anticipating that we'd be dealing with reflections in this expansion. I think that's the real takeaway that I have. As you may or may not know, I love Shadowbringers. I think Shadowbringers is a really fun expansion. I think its timing is a little weird, and I know people who were really frustrated that, like, Stormblood was really, really ramping up, and it felt like, oh, like, this is really dire, and then you get sidetracked for Shadowbringers and hold your time forward. But I really like Shadowbringers. I think it's got a really solid emotional core. It fleshes out a lot of the lore of the universe in a way that hasn't really been touched upon previously. And I think it's excellent. I think it's probably still my favorite expansion. That being said, I am also a loud advocate that we stop visiting fucking shards. That we stop fucking visiting reflections, right? Going to the first was like a fun little romp, right? And then Endwalker comes along and we're back home, and everything is set in the source, because the source is the important place that we have a lot of emotional attachment to, right? And that's the big thing for me, is that, like, the first is unique in our attachment to it because it calls upon characters that we know really well, characters like Ardbert and Graha and all that stuff, right? Truthfully, I don't think I care about what's happening in some of the other reflections, which is why the 13th stuff comes up in the post-Endwalker stuff, and I'm very mixed about it. I'm kind of invested in the Void stuff because Void has been around forever. There's been a number of, like, quest lines that deal with the Void but never really go into depth about it. It's whatever, right? But I was very vocal, both to my friends and, like, on stream and stuff, right, that DAWNTRAIL, or whatever DAWNTRAIL was going to be, this was before DAWNTRAIL got announced, that I didn't want it to be another Shard expansion, right? I didn't want to fucking go to another reflection. Right, and so I was kind of shocked that we had any reflection stuff going on here, although, fair play, reflection came to us this time. Ma'am? What's your problem? Basilisk got the zoomies big time and is just sprinting around right now. And she ran out the door, which she is forced all the way open, even though I had it mostly closed for like, you know, reasons. And she walked outside, clearly in eyesight of me, right, and just went, "Rawr." So I'm really happy with where DAWNTRAIL's been so far. I think that there's going to be continued discourse about how off the rails it's gotten, but it's one of those things where it's just like, you kind of just have to play it to, like, experience it. Oh, I also, I had a Final Fantasy moment. So I was downstairs talking to my roommate, who was working her way through expansion through DAWNTRAIL right now. She just got to the part where she fights Galul Jaja in the single like combat thing, right? And we're talking a little bit about it. I turned to walk away, and Tessa's like, I think that Galul is like maybe my favorite character so far of this expansion. He's like, I thought he would be kind of a meathead, but he's actually like a really caring father, and I really love that about him. And I did the Final Fantasy player thing where I turned and I was just like, yeah, he's really cool. I love him, and he's probably one of my favorite characters. And I'm sure that you will love what the story continues to do with him because he is full of pleasant surprises. And if you've ever been playing through Final Fantasy before with someone who's beaten the game or is ahead of you in the story, and they say something like that about like any character, if anybody is like, oh, you're gonna love what they do with this character, you need to be looking out for death flags. Like, like, it's great. People did that to me with like Harshaphon, right? And so it's only right that I turn around and do that to Tessa. I anticipate a very angry DM when they learn. Oh. I'm sorry, I'm powering my way through this dinner so that I can continue playing. So speculation time, right? Speculation time? We're clearly not in a reflection. The architecture particularly gives us away. But I I don't know if this is some kind of like confluence of the two locations. I'm still okay, like primary thought, right? Primary thought. The voice behind the like City of Gold store that spoke to Zerul, right? feel like that's connected to the girl that we saw in the Capitol. But that doesn't exactly scan, because that voice asked for a, like, price to be paid. This girl seemed a little upset that she'd given power or whatever, right? So I don't think that's quite accurate. I'm of the belief that whatever civilization and whatever other reflection created the gate is one of the reflections that has since collapsed. Which would give reason why everything here is so lightning, like, associated, right? Because it comes from a plane of complete lightning domination, right? Oh, but that doesn't make a ton of sense either, does it? Because I'm thinking of, like, Rules of the 13th, right? With darkness and all that, but, like, the 13th is the way that it is because it wasn't a complete reclamation, right? The 13th was an accident, right? And so any other reflection that has collapsed, there would be nothing, because all that energy is supposed to go back to the source. So it's not a reflection that's collapsed, because otherwise none of this shit would work. So I'm actually just gonna say I'm throwing in the towel on guessing. I, at this point, have no more speculation to give. I'm sure that we will beat Zerul through the powers of incredible violence. I have no further predictions. At this point, the story as like a grand experiment has taken me through every potential loop that I could have ever predicted, and then some. None of my my most ambitious possible guesses would have fallen short of the direction that the story has gone, and so I surrender myself to the flow of time. I say simply, do your worst. I am here for the ride. I am here to experience it. Hit me with everything you fucking got at this point. I'm gonna get up 1 second so I can close my door after the cat forced it open, and then we are going to continue on the story and just vibe. We're just gonna vibe. So I will say, if we're on the level 97 quest already, we're getting kind of close to the end. Not close to the end, but like emotionally. Because like 97 in Shadowbringers, right, is Mount Golg. You know, this is exactly what I would want after this. Tower, was it always there? What the fuck do you think? No! That the other location's been transported here. I think we're still on this, like, we're still on the source, right? But that things have been moved here. That's a crazy monster that I've never seen before. Hmm. You don't have to tell me twice to go touch a blue crystal, believe me. I simply surrender myself to the storytelling at this point. It's that kind of experience where you have that after like Golg too. Like, do you think any prediction you could have possibly made after finishing Mount Golg would amount to Almirant, right? There's just no world where like where you predict Almirant. It's not possible. And that's just where I kind of am. Things are tits up, things are not going well. And I am just going to touch fucking Aether Currents and go along with it. Dude, what the fuck? I think that these are all like lightning rods, right? And they're all connected to each other. I would assume for like energy transfer. Very cool, a little bit of world building there. I will also say, if anything bad has happened to Erenville's mother, I am peeling off every one of Zoologist's scales one by one. This hasn't been used for years. Huh. I have to wonder. The only way that this makes sense is with, like, cross-reflection time dilation, which is a thing that we know about. Right? Where, like, even a couple of weeks in the source was 5 years for, like, Thancred, right? But this is on a whole different scale. Where it only took us a couple of days out for the train, and here we are feeling like shit hasn't been used in years? Hmm. Yes, actually. You have the, you have, like, the foremost expert in that concept right here. We're just now explaining it? We've been throwing around the term reflection for ages, and we haven't explained what the reflections are to Wuklamot yet? It's all very simple. Oh, what the fuck? This one doesn't have the triangle on its face. I love that expression that she has, too strange by half, right? Or too something by half, right? I love that expression so much. So it's possible that this wasn't all teleported here. If time dilation is weird, I need to be clear here that I did not get a super good look at that creature's name, but I definitely also first read it as Creepybara. And it's not even close. Not like a capybara, but creepy. It's not even close to the creature's name, but that's what I read at first glance. So if it wasn't teleported here, or transported here, then it is reasonable, right, that it was built. It doesn't interfere with the link points. I wonder if that's on purpose or if that's just convenient. This is a bad site. I'm gonna kill him. Wuklamot is going to have to pry Zeroljaw's broken, shattered, skinned corpse from my fingers. Unspeakable violence.
home. It's in ruins. But why? What happened here? And where is everyone?
I had a look in a few of the other houses, but they had clearly been abandoned.
Damn it all. None of this makes sense.
Excuse me? Are you looking for someone?
Huh? It's the girl from before. I like that I checked her out. Her dress is extraordinarily pretty.
I apologize for giving you a fright. However, I did have reason to keep to the shadows.
We did run an armored train into the building.
Sorolja has told me a great deal about you.
She is the voice behind the door.
Greetings, and welcome to the realm of Alexandria. I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Huh?
Queen of Reason?
If you are the Queen of Reason, is there perhaps a...
Yes, if you mean to ask if there is a King of Resolve. Sorolja holds that title, and together do we reign.
Then you are both behind the attack on Tulishola.
And I doubt you're here to offer us a warm reception.
No, you have it all wrong. I am not come to fight. Sorolja rules alongside me, but that is a matter of expedience. In truth, we are at odds, he and I.
This is so pretty. I can't get over it.
It is at considerable risk to myself and my people that I come before you to beg your aid.
Our aid? I'll admit I cannot imagine King Sorolja is keen to share and share alike. But if what you say is true, you're still the queen.
Indeed. But I was once the sole ruler of Alexandria. Until one day, he appeared, bent on conquest. In my weakness, I feared his power. So I persuaded him to forego violence and strike a bargain. I would remain queen, and he would receive technology that would empower him to achieve even loftier ambitions, along with the knowledge to use it. A gamble, to be sure, but if it might spare my people...
It would doom the rest.
If I may, the dome surrounding these lands was erected but recently. How is it he was able to not only invade, but instate a new system of leadership in a mere matter of days?
I've never heard of your realm. And this place is, or at least was, Shaaloani. The house I grew up in is still here. But 3 years ago, that tower and these strange contrivances weren't. Nor was our village in ruins. Where did you come from? And what happened to the people who lived here? You must know.
I realize how confusing this all must be. Truth be told, I don't fully understand it myself. What I can say is that one day, people from your Tuliolol suddenly appeared here in Alexandria. Or perhaps it was we who found ourselves in Tuliolol. Until but recently, we were completely unaware of events taking place beyond the barrier surrounding our realm.
Does this not remind you of the Crystal Tower? How after the 8th Umbral Calamity, we devised a means to transport the Spire across time and space from the source unto the first. Granted, this is on a much larger scale, if that is indeed what has happened. Not only the people and structures, but also the surrounding environment. Regardless, the people of Lakeland perceived the arrival of the Crystal Tower much as the Queen describes her own experience. Sudden and inexplicable.
Well then, you appear to have a better grasp of our circumstances than we do. Indeed, more than I dared hope. In which case, a closer examination of the effects of this phenomenon may afford us more insights. Allow me to take you to the outskirts. A number of the Shaaloani live there as well. Perhaps your acquaintances are among them.
Hold on. If we accept, there's no guarantee we're not walking into
Thank
a
you,
trap.
Alice.
But if we're to defeat Zorolja, we need to understand how he grew so strong. Besides...
Gotta look out for our main
you're
man.
right. Queen Sphene, before we go, Your Majesty, I have to ask, did you really have nothing to do with the attack on Tuliolol?
Noble Wook Lamart, shall we dispense with the formalities? I'll not deny the soldiers and airships that attacked your people are products of Alexandria. But it was Zorolja, not we, who fashioned them into weapons of war and laid siege to Tuliolol.
So he alone is to blame.
No, I may not have prosecuted this war, but I nevertheless bear responsibility for it.
Perhaps. I know next to nothing about you, let alone what you've been through. So by all means, show us around. I think we'll learn a lot from meeting your people.
Wonderful! If you would follow me.
I was thinking this too. Unless the Queen is an exceptionally powerful mage.
Is that concern or suspicion?
Yes?
If things should take a turn for the worse, might I call upon your aid? I jest, of course. But you do strike me as the most capable here.
You're not wrong, but that's mean to say. In front of Alice too, her poor ego. No, she just gave me hot chocolate. That's a pretty good way to convince me that you're innocent, actually. 8th Clem. Oh, okay, yeah. That's... giant sprinklers. Wasn't anticipating that. There's even ranchers here. I'm very curious.
Here we are. Though you'll doubtless find much of what you see in Alexandria strange, the traditional agriculture practiced in this village at least should be familiar.
They've all got the things on their heads. Hello?
Queen's Fiend? What business brings her here, I wonder?
The Queen has come!
You look well, Paquine. And Catogne, I see you've already taken to your new position.
You're like,
When
sure
she
seem to like
introduced
Sphina.
herself as queen, I was expecting someone colder. Honestly, she reminds me of you, Lamachi.
Me?
It's only natural for a ruler to love her people. And I should like to know them as best I can, even the most trifling details.
The more you come to know them, the more you grow to love them. Who they are and what they've built.
That's it. Beautifully put.
And it would appear that she is well loved in turn.
Are we not going to talk about the,
Your Majesty, you honor us with your presence.
the pucks? Are we just not gonna...
And who are these fine people?
Tuliolol's vow of resolve Wuk-Lamat and her companions. They come from beyond the barrier, but you needn't worry. They are good people and are to be treated as my honored guests.
The rumors of a link to the outside are true, then. Wuk-Lamat is still so young. Ah, where are my manners? I am Papone, a leader of sorts of the people living out here.
Papone? That is a Tonawautanrig to it.
Right you are. I take it you hail from this region as well? Teshpiani, perhaps?
Yes, I do. I don't suppose you know a woman by the name of Kafkiwa?
Kafkiwa? I'm afraid I'm not sure if I've ever met someone with that name.
Oh. Mother isn't here. But it's a relief to know at least some of the people of Shaaloani are alive and well.
Your mother, you say? Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance.
You know my mother?
I do. Yes.
Then tell me, please, where is she?
I cannot say. Not here, but I promise I will in due time.
I have a question, Pepone. Do you recall what happened the day the dome first appeared?
They're gonna blow your mind. It's gonna be like, that was like 5 years ago.
Well, I remember fixing a shelf that had collapsed after a terrible earthquake. Then the ground began to tremble. There was a brilliant flash of light, and then... Forgive me, my recollection of it all is rather poor.
You needn't push yourself, Papone. After 30 years, no one could blame you for not
30
remembering.
years? That's so much more than I thought it would be.
30 years? As in 30 years in the past?
Absurd though it may sound, there is no doubt in my mind the events that led to the joining of our lands occurred 30 years ago. Which is not to say I understand why our perceptions of the intervening time are so radically different. We only just became aware of the discrepancy when Zoraljar's military base was completed, and we were at last able to venture beyond the barrier.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Explain that.
"30 years. Little wonder Zoralja assumed our father had already passed away.
It's not unlike how time passes differently in the First and the Source. The fluctuating space of the rift between them disrupting temporal equivalence. Perhaps the same holds true here, and time flowed faster within the dome.
Do you think that's... Yeah, do you think we're gonna step outside the dome and it's been like... What the fuck? It's been like 2 minutes, guys.
I cannot say for certain, but I strongly suspect that to be the case. And based on the Queen's account, this encampment may have come to serve as a physical bridge between the two planes, after which the dome was forced into the Source's temporal flow.
If we're to be certain of anything, we need more information. Sphene, would it be all right if we had a look around and spoke with the townspeople?
By all means.
Time to see what we can see of Alexandria, then.
and its people. I may yet find familiar faces among the survivors from Shaaloani.
Even if I don't understand the half of it, I would learn more of this place before we confront Zorolja.
Perhaps you'd care to see how we make our living. Though we have always prided ourselves on the use of traditional Tonawatan farming methods, the use of electro-fueled technologies has led to countless agricultural innovations.
I would join you as well.
Ma'am, please, you needn't trouble yourself.
Is this the same voice actor as the Catman?
It's no trouble at all. And I promise not to cause any manner of distraction.
Reassuring words, or they would be had I not heard them countless times before. Very well, but do be careful.
I can't get over how pretty her design is. It's killing me, actually. Women are so cool.
Now then, if you two would follow me, we can begin the tour.
I have so many fucking questions. I truly, dearly have so many fucking questions.
I can't say that I trust her yet, but I trust that her affection for these people is genuine. And that's enough for me.
Because, like, Zorolja accesses the door to the City of Gold, right? And I want to say it's Sphyn's voice, but already the details are getting a little muddy. It's just like, oh yeah, I'll grant your wish. But she's framing herself as being, like, a part of this? Like... I find myself just like... You know? Like, I don't trust her still. Entirely because, like, she frames herself as being like, I was helpless in all this, but... I don't remember if it was Sphyn's voice. Because if it is Sphyn's voice, then I have a million questions. Because the voice at the door said, like, hey, bro, like, what do you want? I'll give you anything that, like, your heart desires, but I will require a cost to be paid. Right? And of course, Zorolja says yes to that. But the way that Sphyn is like, framing it, she's saying it like more like she was coerced into all this, but that's not consistent. So unless it was something else that forced Alexandria here, right? Which is possible? I don't trust her. I don't trust her. And I'm having a hard time saying that because her design is so pretty. Girls. Look, sometimes you want to stay mad at somebody, right? Sometimes they've like done something to upset you, and you're like rationally, you're like, I need to be angry at this person. That it's I need to hold myself accountable and to be upset about it. And like maintain my composure about it. Otherwise I'll let myself be pushed around. Right? But they're so pretty. They're so distractingly pretty that you're just like, no, I have to. I have to. It is of the utmost importance to my survival that I stay mad at you. And that's where I'm at. Like, I'm having to constantly remind myself, like, Sveen is not to be trusted yet. I don't trust some of the things that she's saying, and I think that there's more going on, and I have to maintain that level of energy. Because if I let my guard falter, she's so pretty. It is interesting as well that Shaaloani / Alexandria here is an interesting kind of cross-section of, like, what Kona, like, wanted, right? Like, this is what Kona wanted, to take it to, like, its logical extreme, it feels like. I have to ask about the head discs. I have to. Someone has to point that out. Someone has to fucking ask about it. It's driving me crazy. Like, it's driving me crazy. Okay, the puck prevents people from dying. It holds some kind of restoration magic in it, right? And it can revive people, right? But also, we have seen it used to drive Zerilja into a bloodthirsty rage and transform a man into a snake. So I have a million questions about the discs. I thought that they were for, like, military purpose, that they were this kind of, like, tool for, like, officers, and probably invoked a great cost to use. But everyone is wearing one here, which implies that that's not the case. Or it does incur a cost, and everyone here is just blissfully ignorant of that cost. You're not allowed to call her that. Girl, I had to travel all the way across the fucking country to get to call you that. I appreciate the Wooklamot gives me the time of day as well, being like, yeah, no, I'm happy to help. And this girl over here, way stronger than I am. This'll be easy. I am entirely suspicious of the puts and of the soldiers and the statement, the fucking thing of like, you'll regret making me use up so many souls today. Where are the souls coming from? I have to ask, you know, if there are souls being spent, where are the souls coming from? I anticipated that we were gonna come here and all the Tuliolans were gonna be hooked up to fucking mana batteries like it's the goddamn Matrix, but that's not the case. Everything here seems to be pretty hunky-dory, all things considered. So that, you know, that expectation is off. Where are the souls coming from? What's the cost? So many questions, and so few pretty girls in amazing dresses willing to fucking answer them for me. Drives me crazy. I'm gonna refund you your points for the accent thing. I'm actually gonna discontinue doing the accent because it's bad for my voice training. This is real. This is real. I'm actually not gonna be doing that redeem anymore entirely because I'm trying to work on my voice training and doing the Texas accent will fuck my voice up. So I really don't want to do it right now. So I will refund you your points. Apologies about that. No, you're fine. You couldn't have known. It's something that, like, I thought about doing I had the inclination to do when I decided I was going to do voice training again, and then I forgot to disable it, so that's on me. I'm just clarifying why I'm going to have that turned off for a little bit. Yeah, no. Look, I try to remember to refund everybody's points, whenever I can't do something. I don't trust her. I don't trust her. I don't trust her. She's like overdoing it. I don't trust this girl. she's like overselling it. Just the enemy queen. I wonder how fishing here is gonna work. A real fucking moment of like, oh, there's a water and weird weather. How is this gonna affect the trout population? Do I hear that? No. Unless we're about to get fucking strafed by dudes on the weird bikes.
What's happening over there?
It's nearly time.
What do you mean it's nearly time?
I'm glad you could make it.
Huh?
Are you with us?
Queen Sphene has come to see you.
Holy shit, she's got the bracelet. It's the nursemaid. Holy shit.
We're here, Namika. Everything is going to be all right.
Holy shit, what?
What's the matter, dear?
It can't be. That's the bangle I gave to Namika.
You know her?
Of course I know her. She was like a mother to me.
I see. She was always willing to lend a kindly ear to others, but rarely did she ever speak of herself.
Is it really you?
She must have arrived shortly before the barrier manifested. For us, it was perhaps days, but for her...
Namika, it's me! Wuklamat!
I'm afraid her time with us is nearly at an end.
Has she no more soul cells?
She always used hers sparingly, but at her age, it wouldn't make a difference.
Huh?
Ma'am, the ushers have arrived.
Thank you, Namika, for your many years of friendship. Take comfort in the knowledge that this is not the end. Be not afraid. Your memory will live on, in us.
living on in memory.
The giants share a similar belief.
I don't like this. I don't like this.
Wait, where are you taking her?
Worry not. She is being escorted to a medical facility in the tower. There we will ease her burden.
There.
I had hoped to make arrangements for her sooner, but she wished to remain here for as long as possible. I could not bring myself to refuse her.
Is there any way I might stay with her for a little while longer? We may not share the same blood, but she was my mother. Please.
Let us give them some time alone.
This talk of souls, soul cells, easing burdens. They're gonna turn her into Soylent Green. She's gonna be used to power all the little head devices that people have.
She didn't speak, but I'm grateful that I could be with her at the end. Thank you.
It's not the end.
Hmm?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that we have much to discuss.
I don't trust her, 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 I don't trust her. I have to maintain
With what
my
we can
level
be
of
reasonably
mistrust.
certain of, perhaps. Between what we have witnessed and the testimony of Alexandria's inhabitants, it's safe to say that two distinct lands have indeed become one. What's more, having met Namika, there is no denying
Nothing
the
actually touched the
divergence
crystal
in
yet.
the passage of time. Taken together, these phenomena strongly suggest that some manner of cross-rift displacement has occurred. Specifically, the displacement of Alexandria from another reflection to the source.
It does seem the most likely explanation.
What perplexes me, however, is the scale of said displacement. It far exceeds what could conceivably be achieved with a Void Gate, or even with the Crystal Tower. In essence, we are dealing with a localized instance of dimensional compression. The Ascians would no doubt liken it to a rejoining. Which invites the question, how was such a feat accomplished?
I wish that I had an answer for you, but this talk of reflections and dimensions is well beyond my understanding. I can only tell you that we lived peacefully under the barrier's protection for many, many years, until the day that peace was suddenly broken.
If I may clarify, the barrier predates Alexandria's displacement.
By several hundred years, yes. To when the continent we call home was ravaged by a devastating cataclysm. The barrier was erected to isolate us from the surrounding land's noxious influence.
So this is a rejoining.
I see. And it was only later that it was whisked away, along with its contents, by means unknown.
So the rest of the
words,
shard.
Steen's as lost as the rest of us, right? The Alexandrians didn't mean to.
So the
end up in
reflection
Terrell.
that they were on collapsed, but they had the means to shield themselves from it, where they basically hung in like pseudo space for God knows how long until they were plucked here.
Ah, but of course, our next stop ought to be Everkeep. That tower over yonder. Once you have been registered as my guests, you will have access to Solution 9 and its residential district, where you will doubtless gain invaluable insight into Alexandria's state of affairs. Unfortunately, I cannot take you directly to where Zeraljar resides.
That you'd let us in it all goes a long way toward proving you're not content to let Zeraljar do as he pleases. But we're not talking about a simple difference of opinion here.
We're going to kill him. We're going to rend all of his scales from his body and feed them to him.
I've come to avenge my father. And to do so, I intend to take Zeraljar's life. Are you willing to stand by and allow Alexandria's king to be slain?
There is no atonement for his betrayal.
A fair question. Permit me to answer it thus. My people come first. Their welfare is paramount. I will do everything in my power to keep them from harm. It is a ruler's duty. Now, I am off to register you at Everkeep. It may take some time, but you shall find the entrance open to you in due course.
So...
Oh, and ere I forget, your mother, Kafkiwa, you might try the Thunder Yards to the east.
The Thunder Yards? Is that where she is?
I am afraid I can say no more than that. Make for the Thunder Yards, and all will be made clear.
It's not as if we have other pressing business. Not until we can get into this Everkeep, anyway.
Ask about the pucks. Ask about the pucks.
Thank you for earlier. And for being a friend to Namika these past 30 years. It means a lot to me.
Namika? I'm sorry, but I don't know who you mean.
What? We were just with her. If this is some sort of a joke, it isn't funny.
Oh.
I don't mean to give offense, but I honestly have no idea who you are talking about. I'm sorry.
Aaronville's mom is fucking dead. That's why none of the villagers remember her.
You're in charge here. She was under your care.
Then in all likelihood, my memories of her have been stored in the cloud. Any person seemingly forgotten without reason is probably there, in the cloud.
What?
Oh, I really must be getting back to work. If you'll excuse me.
Did I tune to this? I didn't tune to this. I'm gonna remember to attune to this before I continue on. The fuck? The fuck? The fuck? Oh god. Okay. Yeah, minor prediction. Okay, so this is
Alexandria used to exist in one of the reflections. The one that was associated with thunder, obviously. You know, I actually remember seeing the rejoining of the like lightning reflection, right? So that scans. And so essentially Alexandria, this tower and its immediate surroundings would have been shielded from the rejoining by this barrier that they constructed, which would leave them essentially hanging in between dimensions. And that would explain the outflow of energy that you got from the Void Gate to the City of Gold. Like, okay, the City of Gold is like a Void Gate to the dimension, right? Does it also connect to Alexandria then? Much to think about. So and this whole, okay, so they definitely put her soul in like some kind of storage device along with everybody's memories of her. I don't know to what end they would do that, but that certainly is the impression that I've gotten. Like, I don't know why they're doing this. Unless it's their concept of, like, immortality, right? Where you put someone's brain in the supercomputer and then they live forever. It's kind of what I'm getting at. It's kind of the feeling I'm having here. Typically, putting your brain in the supercomputer is not a particularly nice thing to do. That's typically an evil thing, actually. Huh? Beg pardon? Well, come on, is fucking ready to go at the drop of a hat. She is ready to fucking tussle. Respect. Respect, honestly.
I'm kind of picking up some of what's being put down here, but my, like, stopping point is I don't understand the why of it. I understand kind of what's happening here, but I don't understand why. And on top of that, the technology being kind of, like, invoked here is pretty significantly advanced. I mean, I guess if there was a reflection that had that, like, because Askians were going off of, like, source time, right, essentially. If there was a, like, reflection that was sufficiently accelerated, then, like, I presume this technology is not impossible? Alizé always on the ball. Could be a trap. Could be a lure. We don't know. Bro. Oh, hi, the current. I love secret gatherings.
What is this?
Ironville!
A trap?
It really is you!
Huh?
Huh, indeed.
Who?
I just have to get a look at you in the light. And I can still hardly believe my eyes. But it is you, my darling Olympia!
Her voice
This is
My
great.
darling, what now?
Like that I'm the last one to put my weapon away.
Oh, it's so good to see you, my fussy little bun bun. But what are you doing here? What brings you all this way?
I had to get a screen cap of that fucking dialogue box. No.
Why the long face? Aren't you happy to see me after all this time?
I'd know that laugh anywhere. Mother?
Wait. Since when was your mother a weird floating thing?
And what have we here? Say, aren't you Galoo Jaja's kitten?
Kitten? No, you can't call her that.
I knew I recognized that adorable fuzzy face. Alexandria was always so excited whenever you invited him over to play. You remember me, I hope.
Poor Aaronville. Poor Aaronville.
I can't say that I do, but you knew my father?
Appearances notwithstanding, it would seem this is my mother, Kavkiwa.
I'm sorry?
Oh, this won't do. Come in! Friends of my Alexandria are always welcome.
All I ask is a little forewarning, but no.
Just when I thought I was starting to get a handle on this place. How are things still getting stranger?
True. Poor Aaronville. Poor Aaronville. Poor Aaronville. Poor Aaronville. Don't anything could possibly surprise me. Graha describes the Allegan machine, but that's clearly it. Her brain is in the supercomputer. They put her brain in the robot. Like, it's the only explanation. Yeah, when are we gonna, for that? It's a body that I use, that I control remotely. So do you still have your real body? Mm-hmm. Stopping such a fusion was Oblivion's original mission. How do you mean?
Oh, Oblivion is much older than them. I also noticed that none of these people have the pucks. Regulator, the pinnacle of electro technology. We know where is related to operations. Okay, but what does it do? What? Please do. I'm begging. It expends a soul to bring them back to life. Where are the souls from? So the better a worker bee you are, the more soul cells you're given. Okay, but where are we getting the souls from? What is this, Dark Souls? No, but for real. It strikes me a little bit of the 13th, but... I mean, it definitely reminds me of Zero, for sure. Again, the question remains, where are they getting the spare souls from? The regulators also block off the memories of other souls. So do they put... When someone dies of old age, do they take everyone's memories and put it on, like, the cloud, and then they keep the soul? This cutscene is too important to not be voiced. I'm sorry. And that's what we saw the fucking stone soldiers doing in Tuliolo. Does that not strike anybody else as insanely evil? Like... A lot of people... If it's not compulsory, then I don't know. It still strikes me as extraordinarily evil. Oh man. Okay, unfortunately, I have to cut us off here, because I have things I was supposed to be doing with friends at 8 p.m. and it is now 8 p.m. on the dot. So I am gonna have to cut us here, leaving us on a bit of a fucking what's it called, cliffhanger. But that's just the way of things. Oh man, I don't anticipate we'll be done tomorrow. We might be, but probably won't be. We'll have to see. No, we might be. I have no more predictions for the plot. The plot has thoroughly, like, thrown me, and I'm just going with it. But that's about all that I've got. We'll be back tomorrow, and then what's probably gonna happen is I'm probably gonna finish the MSQ. I'm gonna take like a day or two break, and then I'm gonna come back and do all the side quests and stuff related to Aether Currents and whatnot. That'll be like its own day. But that's kind of just my plan right now. I'm gonna need a break. I'm gonna need a break because Jesus. I'm feeling the exhaustion. I don't know how some people already finished the expansion. I seriously, like, you would have to skip all the cutscenes and not be thinking about it, because I am exhausted. We have been playing, let's see, we did like 8 hours, and then 6 hours, and then 8 hours, and then 6 hours. So that's 28 hours, roughly. It's not nearly as long as it took me to get through Endwalker. Endwalker took me almost 50 hours. But I was also doing all the side quests concurrently with that. It's a lot to do. It's a lot to do. And I'm shocked that people are done with it already. I'm waffling. I am continuing to waffle. I'm gonna go because I've got people who are waiting upon me to commence social activity. And thanks everyone for dropping by today. Thank you for staying with this insanity that this plot has got into. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye. Bye, 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 bye.